Yeah, no, I'm just making sure it's not touching my.
I said I miss you, I really miss you. So sorry, I'm sorry, my baby. Ikupolele, my baby, you didn't mean it. It's a time now. I'm sorry, my baby. I'm so sorry now. Ikupolele, my baby, you didn't mean it. It's a time now. Uvusabalele. Uvusabalele. Yeah.
I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you feel me, make we know the fight. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. But I fool my eyes, but I'll be alright. Forever, on my laptop, on my keto, on my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. I'll be talking to myself, and I don't even notice. She got me feeling like a zombie, and she dey shoot like Chuck Norris. The way she put that body down, you got me falling truly. I just touched down. When I see you now, serving on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you show me, make me know the fight. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. I fool my eyes, but I'll be alright. Forever, on my laptop, on my keto, on my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go.
हाँ प्लीज वो पूछवाना पड़ेगा उसको क्योंकि रिस्की है ये हाँ
Over them all, if they want Congo liar, I be David for life. Oluwade Massa. Over them all, if they want Congo liar, I be David for life. Oluwade Massa. Over them all, over them all, over them all, over them. Over them all, over them all, over them all, over them. I dey sit my matel, I been down with my cartel. Number one, no forget. If you dey vex, make you go kick your bucket. Oh no, I love it, fake it. I swear to God, they love it, change me. Them go come back for my mess, you. But them won't play me like Messi. Shake me. They call my phone, tell me they come my home. That feel like so, but I fly over them like drone. Oh no, over them all. If they want Congo liar, I be David for life. Oluwade Massa. Over them all. If they want Congo liar, I be David for life. Oluwade Massa. Over them all, 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 over them. Too many blessings me I know fit talk. If then they wait, make them see me flop. Them go wait till thy kingdom come. You carry gun, me I carry bomb. We go to shock them like high tension. Who knows say Uncle them I go become governor. You know say God in my back every time I come true. That's true, we take it. I swear to God, they know if you change me. Them go come back for my mess, you. But them won't play me like Messi. Let me they call my phone. Let me they come my home. Their heart feel like stone, but I fly over them like drone. Oh no. If they want tongue, go Goliath, I be David for life. Oluwade my side. If they want tongue, Goliath, I be David for life. Oluwade my side.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If we can please stand up as our VIPs walk in, please. If we can please stand up, and we will remain standing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. To honor the Republic, we will now have the national anthem of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If we can now please take our seats. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Emmerson Mnangagwa, hereby represented by the Minister of Home Affairs and Cultural Heritage, the Honorable Kazembe Kazembe, Member of Parliament, The Minister of Youth, Sport, Art and Recreation, represented by Deputy Minister, the Honorable Tino Machakaire. The Minister of Defense and War Veterans Affairs, the Honorable Oppah Muchinguri, Kashiri, Madam. The Minister of Local Government and Public Works, the Honorable July Moyo. The Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, the Honorable Senator Mutsvangwa and Ambassador Chris Mutsvangwa. His Excellency, Mr. Vijay Khanduja, Ambassador of the Republic of India to Zimbabwe. Deputy Minister of Home Affairs and Cultural Heritage, the Honorable Madiro. Deputy Minister of Environment, Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industry, Honorable Barbra Rwodzi. Permanent Secretary, the Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Mr. Mangwana. Zimbabwe Cricket Board Chairman, the Honorable Tavengwa Mukuhlani, Member of Parliament. The cricket community, for whose cause we are gathered here this evening. Our host, ladies and gentlemen, Nawab Shaji Ulmulk, captains of industry, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming up tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to the launch of the ZIM AFRO T10. May I now call on my co-MC, the lovely Namrata, to take us through.
Good evening. Special evening. I am Namrata. New exciting format of cricket, which is coming to Zimbabwe. Yes, you heard it right. It is the launch of the most awaited cricket league in your favorite country, Zimbabwe. Let's hear it for ZIM AFRO T10. So before moving ahead, I would like to thank our sponsor, ZIM Cyber City. So the evolution of cricket. Cricket started with 5 days of matches, known as test matches. Then we came to one-day matches, then T20. And now cricket evolves into a new power-packed format with T10. Let's have a look at the journey of cricket and its transformation into a super hit, entertaining sporting phenomenon. Let's have the audiovisual.
Thank you very much, Namrata. Just before the video, ladies and gentlemen, please, if we can just interrupt that and ask you to stand up again, please, for our guest of honor, representing the President of the Republic, the Honorable Kazembe Kazembe, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for coming up this evening to represent His Excellency. And now for the video. Enjoy.
All to Sardesai. Over-pitched ball, and Sardesai is beaten all ends up. Next man is big.
Organised the first ever one-day international.
Rich is opening the innings for the MCC in place of Luckhurst. Luckhurst was scheduled to play on the test match. He was a hairline decision because of an injury.
The bowlers too get relatively nervous. Here we go, the first ball in World Cup 2003. Stunning South Africa. Tuppy on his way.
The world's first ever international T10 cricket tournament in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment which I'm sure will go in the history of the cricket world for years. Let the games begin.
short. It's not always sort of the right batting. He can't fire on.
And the short boundary. Only managed to get over the boundary, but unfortunately Smith. That's a lovely bit of risk. Magnificent from those boys. They deserve this trophy. David Beeson lifts it high in the air. They'll all get to have a go.
It's going to be an absolute cracker.
Good one for him. Shows his Trizak for the DG. On.
All right. That was just a small glimpse of the action which is going to unfold. And here we are. T10 is going to be the next addiction for cricket lovers. Not only in Zimbabwe, but across the world. Let's celebrate the occasion tonight with a power-packed performance. It's now time to kickstart the evening with a mind-blowing, scintillating performance opened by none other than the super hot, the super gorgeous, all the way from India, Ellie Avram, supported by the dancers from India and Zimbabwe. Give it up, guys, for Ellie Avram. All right.
खेल बहुत ही रोमांचक मोड़ पे जीत के लिए चाहिए 2 बॉल पर 6 रन अगले बल्लेबाज पर दबाव जरूर होगा
Well, that's a short delivery. I think it's a no ball. Surely, yes, no ball called, and the Indian umpires running in, pointing, and there's going to be a run out. There's going to be yes, he's out now, run out. Now the Indian umpire's out of position. Now he's giving him out.
This team is currently under very bad pressure, but they still have one player who can save them from this situation. Coming up next is one of the finest, one of the talented, one of the most spectacular players of T10 Cricket League, Ellie Avram. After such a spectacular introduction, don't lose the match, bro. Going and gone. That's a wonderful six. Finally, Ellie Avram with her beautiful six has won T10 finals for her team.
చూస్తారు పొట్టి పొట్టి కౌని వేస్తే పట్టి పట్టి చూస్తారు కోకా కాదు కౌను కాదు కట్టులోన ఏముంది మీ కళ్ళల్లోనే అంతా ఉంది మీ మగ బుద్ధి వంకర బుద్ధి ఊ అంటవా అమ్మవా ఊ అంటవా అమ్మవా ఊ అంటవా అమ్మవా ఊ అంటవా అమ్మవా దీపాలన్నీ ఆర్పేశాక అందరి బుద్ధి వంకర బుద్ధి ఊ అంటావా అమ్మవా ఊ అంటావా అమ్మవా అంటావా అమ్మవా ఊ అంటావా మామ
मोर सामे तेरे पीछे पीछे चलूं जैसे तेरे पीछे पीछे चलूं जैसे मंदिर की सीढ़ी पे चढ़ूं सामे तेरे बगल बैठूं ऐसे जैसे शिव के बगल गौरी मोर सामे वो डगर जहाँ तेरी नजर ले जाए रे प्रेम नगर सामे ऐसा में अरे सामे आजा सामे बलम सामे परम सामे सनम सामे अरे सामे आजा सामे बलम सामे परम सामे सनम सामे
ताली ताल तो बदलना भैया
जैसे धूल उड़ा के सींग उठा के तुम भी नाचो बाजी जम के ताल ढोल बेटा राजू उड़ के नाचो
हीरो से भी तेज कोई कर सके जो बेद नाचो
अस्तबल में घोड़े जैसे भाग टोर छोड़ नाचो मिट्टी जो तो रोट मोटा मिर्चा खा के ऐसे नाचो
ना पाटा सूड़ो ना पाटा सूड़ो ना पाटा सूड़ो नाटो 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 वीरा नाटो 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 पूरा नाटो 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 सिमरता लागा पिंचना Nacho, 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 gira nacho. Nacho, 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 yara nacho. Nacho, 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 cacciere, esa canta nacho. Nacho, 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 piccio paga la esa nacho. Nacho, 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 gira nacho. Nacho, 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 yara nacho. Nacho, 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 cacciere, esa canta nacho. Nacho, 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 piccio paga la esa nacho. Nacho, 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 gira nacho. Nacho, 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 yara
Join us this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please, for our entertainers this evening. Yeah, quite some nights, cricket business meets showbiz. And that energetic dance, very much like the format that we are launching tonight, T10, one of the most exciting and thrilling formats of cricket. And I'm sure we are all super excited and can't wait for it to begin. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we have some dignitaries among us who will share with us their words about the format, words about the launch, and will also unveil the logo for the ZIM AFRO T10. Once again, thank you very much for coming tonight. I am Love Mobanda. I hope I find you well. To begin the formalities, ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome the chairman of Zimbabwe Cricket, Mr. Tavengwa Mukuhlani, the Honorable Tavengwa Mukuhlani, Member of Parliament for Mondoro Ngezi. Mr. Mukuhlani, sir, if you can please come up to give us the opening remarks.
His Excellency Comrade Emmerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, hereby represented by Minister of Home Affairs and Cultural Heritage, Honorable Kazembe Kazembe, Minister of Defense and War Veterans Affairs, Honorable Oppah Muchinguri Kashiri, Minister of Sports, Arts, Recreation, Honorable Dr. Coventry, represented here by Deputy Minister, Honorable Tino Machakaire, Minister of Information and Publicity, Honorable Senator Monica Mutsvangwa, and Ambassador Chris Muchinguri, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Information, Mr. Nick Mangwana, Minister of Tourism and Recreation, Honorable Mangalisoni Lovu, represented here by Deputy Minister, Honorable Barbra Rwodzi, His Excellency Mr. Vijay Khanduja, Ambassador of the Republic of India to Zimbabwe, Mrs. Shaj Al-Mulk, and representatives of MOOC International and ZIM Cyber City, the Zimbabwe Cricket Board, management, staff, and players, all esteemed dignitaries and the business community present, all protocol observed. A very good evening to you all. Tonight is not a night for speeches. It's a night to celebrate the beautiful game of cricket, which, as you have already witnessed, has the ability to bring together people from different walks of life, which has the ability to integrate the world. At some point when I was sitting over there, I wondered if we are launching the Bollywood or we are launching T10. And when the video for cricket, for the evolution of cricket was being played, it would appear cricket is becoming shorter and shorter. Test cricket to ODI to T20 and tonight to T10. Mr. Shaji Al-Mulk and your associates and T10 International, you could not have been at a better place tonight. Zimbabwe boasts of the best weather. I did indicate that to Honorable Kazembe Kazembe in the briefing, that you can play cricket for 12 months in this country. Our time zone is one of the best time zones within Africa. We are 3.5 hours away from the citadel of cricket, that is in India. We are an hour or 2 hours behind the UK, and we share a central position within Africa. Above all, we have an enthusiastic cricket fan base that the country has witnessed in the recent past. Tonight, I'm pleased to have Honorable Kazembe Kazembe as our guest of honor. We were together when he was the Minister of Sports in 2017, when I assured him that we will revolutionize cricket. We'll go back to the basics. We will grow cricket. Tonight, Minister, from the time that we launched and hosted the ICC World Cup qualifier, we have hosted 6 major ICC events in this country. And in 2026, we are hosting the Under-19 World Cup. And in 2027, we will host the main Cricket World Cup. So cricket is on the up. We have witnessed thousands of fans thronging Harare Sports Club, Queen's Sports Club, to come and watch their favorite team, the Chevrons. And tonight we launch another tournament, another format, where we are going to see many fans coming to watch and enjoy the shorter format of the game, the T10. We are the only one of the 2 full members, Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka, to have launched this format in the world of cricket. Over the years, we have loved the game for different reasons. For some, they found it irresistible because it is a game of quiet dignity, a sport for more refined and civilized age. For others, it has become an excuse to sit in the sun all day enjoying a beer. I've seen representatives from Delta. We are a good client for you. Of course, the players who tell you they fell in love with the game because it is a sport that knows the importance of taking regular breaks for tea and drinks. And for all of us, cricket has always been the best because 1 billion people in India really can be all wrong, and you have seen the Indian culture at play with the entertainment. Now we are about to give you an even better reason to love cricket, a format that is taking the world by storm. This is a very exciting day for us all at Zimbabwe Cricket. Just a few months until the start of a league that you will have seen mesmerizing fans in Abu Dhabi and elsewhere in the world. Honorable Minister Kazembe Kazembe, we find it befitting, as I've mentioned earlier on, in particular, with us for the launch of our latest projects. I say befitting because it was during your time as the Minister of Sport a few years ago when we promised you that we'll go to the basics. Proud I am, I'm sure for all Zimbabweans are. For the past few years, it has been important for our board to ensure that Zimbabwe's cricket structures, including club system, were healthy and vibrant. As you all know, cricket is not just about the national team. We have always known that the future of our game is premised on having a decent pipeline that produces proper cricketers. That is the reason why after dealing with the elephant in the room, the financial issues at Zimbabwe Cricket, we went back to the basics, to the grassroots, to do the basic things. We have, within the past 3 years, launched the National Premier League, as well as T20 and T10 tournaments for our clubs. The women have not been left out within the provincial women's T20 Cup and 50-50 challenge tournaments now in the third year running. And I implore on Mr. Shaji Almog that the next version of the T10 must have women's T10. In the meantime, our men's national team not only qualified for the World Cup in Australia, but actually reached the Super 6 stage of the prestigious tournament. The women have done us proud too, conquering Africa and falling just a win away from making it to the ICC Women's T20 of 2023. Now we are about to make our country even prouder by introducing an intriguing tournament. And I will leave it to Mr. Mook to give you the rest of the details. Mr. Mook really needs no introduction before launching the big one that we are gathered for here tonight. He has already made significant contributions to the game of cricket in Zimbabwe by partnering us in our other projects through his ZIM Cyber City initiative in Harare. We have seen him pioneering T10 movement with his Abu Dhabi tournament, and now the magic has arrived on our doorstep. On our part, we are thrilled to finally unveil our own franchise-based T10 league, a powerful format that we believe is exactly what our changing, fast-paced world needs right now. And we are confident the league will excite a global fan base, create massive mileage for its commercial partners, and more importantly, propel our cricket. As I indicated to the Honorable Minister in our briefing, that this is a great platform for tourism and marketing our country as the best and favorable destination in Africa and in the world. You have seen that we have brought India to Harare and Zimbabwe. Thank you and enjoy your evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Tavengwa Mukuhlani, Chairman, Zimbabwe Cricket. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the program, and we will now invite another dignitary, this time the Ambassador of India to the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, Mr. Vijay Khanduja, sir, if you can please come up.
Good evening, namaste, as we bow down and greet each other in India. A very good evening to all of you. Let me acknowledge, first of all, the presence of Honorable Home Minister, Mr. Kazembe Kazembe, representing His Excellency President Mnangagwa, Honorable Minister of Defense and War Veteran Affairs, Madam Oppah Muchinguri Kashiri, who is also the national chairperson of the ZANU-PF party, Honorable Minister of Information, Broadcasting and Publicity Services, and a good friend, Madam Monica Mutsvangwa, Senator Chris Mutsvangwa, Mr. Shahjiul Mulk, who has brought T10 here, my friend, Mr. Mukuhlani, the president, who I regard as half Indian, as he's studied in India. We have deputy ministers, my friend Nick Mnangagwa. We also have Justice Bharat Patel, who is the judge of the Constitutional Court, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's absolutely a pleasure and a privilege for me that this format is being inaugurated here in Zimbabwe during my tenure, and an Indian investor, Mr. Shahjiul Mulk, who is better known for the Cyber City project, has brought it here. You know, I was complaining to him when I came here that I wish he had also launched the project for seniors like us, a lot of whom are present in the room. But it's good that it's happening for the younger generation. You know, both India and Zimbabwe, we are young nations because of over 50% of our population is below the age of 25 years. The median age that we have in our countries is also much lower than the global average, and it's likely to remain so over the next few decades. So it's very important that we keep them engaged, that we channelize their energies. Otherwise, absolutely, you know, chaos happens. In India, we have in Ayurveda the three terms, Sattva-guna, Rajoguna, and Tamoguna. These represent sort of the tendencies we have, the energies we have. When the Sattva is high, you can study more. So sometime during, early morning, we can study a little more, but during the day, we cannot sit idle. We have a tendency to move around. And Tamoguna leads us more to sleep and restfulness. When it comes to youth, it's the Rajogun or the tendency to act which is much higher, and hence it becomes very important to channelize their energies. Any sports, be it cricket, football, it has a uniting power also. Nowadays the leagues have come up and we see players from almost all countries playing together as part of one team. As I speak, a Zimbabwean player, Sikandar Raza, he's been chosen by the Punjab Kings to play in the IPL. The previous year it was Mr. Blessings Muzarabani who had gone to India to be part of Lucknow Super Kings, Lucknow Super Giants. Earlier it was Mr. Tatenda Taibu, Brandon Taylor, and Ray Price also, who played in India. A junior cricket team is also having its training in India. Indian cricket team had visited a few months ago in Zimbabwe, and we hope to see the Zimbabwean cricket team also play in India in the World Cup. Many a times we come across expressions such as, don't play games with me. So games is taken to be something negative. Or nowadays, wars are played like games and games are played like wars. Or there are some other negative aspects like, power, performance enhancing substances and things like that. I don't think that should be the case. That should determine what the sports is all about. Sports absolutely makes us, very enthusiastic, makes us fitness freaks, and lifts people out of the modern day, scourges like depression, stress, etc. We see, life lessons. If we watch any sports, we see that the players, they give their 100%. They play from moment to moment. And all our life, our entire life is devoted to sports in some form or the other. Even before we have learned to speak, we start playing something or the other. And if you see elders also, they are glued to television watching some of the other aspect of the game. As ambassador, it would be remiss of me if I didn't talk about the bilateral relationship a bit. In the past 1 year, we have had probably the maximum number of ministerial exchanges in 1 year. After the ministers here, I see Madam Oppah Muchinguri Kashiri had visited as part of Aero India. Madam Monica Mutsvangwa had visited. Practically every month we have had a visit. The speaker visited after a gap of 36 years. Mr. Raj Modi, who is of Indian origin, Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, he was there in India in the month of January as part of the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, which is a conclave for the diaspora community. We had the visit of Minister of State for Foreign Affairs last year, and he met with the President, Madam First Lady, gifted sewing machines for the Angel of Hope Foundation that she's running. And in fact, post-COVID, it was Madam, the First Lady, Dr. Amai Auxilia Mnangagwa, who basically started, the physical visits, because we had shifted to the virtual mode prior to that. Amongst our cooperation, we have developmental assistance. We have extended 3 lines of credit, 2 in the energy sector, 1 for the water pipeline, and work is going on apace in that. We have finished Indo-ZIM technology centers, again for the youth to learn in the education side. We provide 200 high-tech training slots also. These are fully funded programs. One can avail of training, skills, enhanced skills in practically all areas. And we have also enhanced cooperation through the UN. India created a fund called India-UN Development Partnership Fund, where India parked 150 million. And then we identified small developmental projects all across the world. From Zimbabwe, we got a proposal for climate-resilient agriculture in the districts of Chiredzi and Mangwe, which is expected to, which is benefiting about 5,000 farmers. So, thank you very much. Practically in all sectors also, be it health, be it education I talked about, be it energy, agriculture, we have across the board cooperation with Zimbabwe. Our investments are also growing. It was His Excellency President who inaugurated the 5th phase of expansion of Varun Beverages yesterday. The Indian companies employ something like 10,000 Zimbabwean nationals directly and a lot more indirectly. We have held cultural festivals, Namaste Zimbabwe Cultural Festival. We have vibrant diaspora community here. So I hope this inauguration launch of T10 will give a further fillip in the soft side and provide more dynamism and vibrancy to the bilateral relationship that we have. Thank you very much. Tatenda Siyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that address. And thank you too for the wonderful work you're doing and keeping the links open between Zimbabwe and India. And thank you too for the invitation to your last cultural festival. The curry was very good. So I've thanked you, Your Excellency. You can keep my name in your database. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue. I now call upon the Chief Executive Officer of the Zimbabwe Global Investments. Let's please welcome Mrs. Tendai Hlupo Mamvura. Madam. CEO, Zimbabwe Global Investments.
Minister of Home Affairs and Cultural Heritage, Honorable Kazembe Kazembe, representing His Excellency the President of Zimbabwe, Emmerson Mnangagwa, ministers here present, my chairman, Nawab Shaji Almok, the cricket community, every elite person within the earshot of my voice, all protocol observed. Cyber City this evening is delighted to present to you the T10, the Afro T10 League, an exciting, fast-paced way of playing cricket, and as a company that is going to be bringing you a lot of face, we are delighted to be bringing to you this, this league and to be the major sponsor. And of course, we've heard the issue about the women, and we will be right behind the T10 women once it is launched. I am not going to take much in terms of time because I would like to present to you the 500,000 most prestigious real estate space that you are going to see in Zimbabwe as we present to you, ladies and gentlemen, ZIM Cyber City.
ZIM Cyber City, only for the elite. Hailed as one of the most exciting mixed-use property development projects in Southern Africa, ZIM Cyber City is set to redefine the standards of modern living. Declared a special economic zone, it offers tax and import duty exemptions as well as guaranteed financial mobility. Brace yourself for a world where innovation, opulence, and architectural genius converge to create a city of the future. The Mulk Tower, to be one of the tallest buildings in Africa, will be the centerpiece of the development and a marvel of architectural excellence, capturing the very essence of the cyber city. The commercial and retail areas will pulse with energy and vitality. ZIM Cyber City will, amongst other benefits, offer tax exemptions for residents importing vehicles and furniture, and is the first on-land duty-free mall, bringing the finest international brands to Zimbabwe at the lowest cost. Stretched across the cityscape will be high-end residential units, boasting over 80 luxurious villas that redefine comfort and security. Residents will have access to one of the most stunning waterfronts ever built within a city, offering a perfect escape from the hustle and bustle of the urban jungle. No amenity has been spared in the design of ZIM Cyber City. It boasts the first African mega shopping mall of its kind, offering spectacular views of the magnificent city. The boulevards and other structures that adorn the city are a collection of architectural landmarks, characterized by modern design principles and stately, graceful minimalism. Investors will be delighted with the business opportunities that abound in this futuristic city. ZIM Cyber City will offer an ease of doing business as yet unseen in the region. With the range of business-focused incentives, free capital flows and protections for firms within the city, ZIM Cyber City will nurture the next wave of business success stories in the region. With cutting-edge office facilities and spaces that encourage digital innovation, the city is to bring the region into the future. World-class dining, business lounges, parks, and a cutting-edge health club will provide residents a holistic lifestyle solution that caters to all their needs. ZIM Cyber City, the vision championed by Mr. Molk, is said to be a dream come true. A lifestyle and shopping and business mecca for the region. A city that merges grand architectural innovations with lush lifestyle amenities and essential regulatory support and incentives, elevating your living experience to a whole new level. ZIM Cyber City, only for the elite.
For all the elite people in this room tonight, we present ZIM Cyber City, which is also presenting the T10 League to Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO, Zimbabwe Global Investments. And that was the video on the Cyber City, ZIM Cyber City, and our sponsors of the ZIM AFRO T10. Thank you very much. We now welcome a man whose vision translates magic into reality. His business acumen has made him one of the most awarded, most celebrated entrepreneurs in recent times. And he brings us the magical world of T10 cricket. He is the dynamic chairman of Mulk International and has invested in and supported cricket in the United Arab Emirates for over 35 years. Players from his team, Alubon Tigers, are now in the UAE national team, which has reached a world ranking in the top 15. He's a board member of the Emirates Cricket Board and founder and Secretary General of the Ajman Cricket Council, which is one of the 4 cricket councils in the United Arab Emirates. And as we said, is chairman and investor in the exciting ZIM Cyber City in Harare. He's ranked number 7 on the Forbes list of the top 100 Indian leaders in the Arab world. He has won several awards, among them the MRM Award winner for the largest manufacturer in the UAE, the winner of the Sharjah Excellence Award for the largest manufacturer in the large-scale industry. And his achievements, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, are endless. Surprisingly, for all these many awards, he is sponsoring a short form of cricket, T10. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let me hear you give it up for the dynamic and visionary Nawab Shaji ul Mulk.
Good evening. I think that was a long introduction. We're here tonight, and let me start thanking our dignitaries here, our Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, representing His Excellency, Minister of Defense and War Veterans, Minister of Youth, Sports and Recreation, Minister of Information and Publicity, Ambassador Chris, my friend, Minister of Tourism and Recreation, His Excellency Ambassador of India, our Cricket Board Chairman, and all their esteemed dignitaries, the business community, and the Zimbabwe national team. All protocol observed. Tonight, you've all heard about what T10 is all about. And I want to give a brief insight. T10, the journey of T10 basically. As you can see, you know, the league was launched in 2017. This is 6 years of a T10 journey. Can we have the video, please? I think many see how the T10 today is, but launching a new format, which is 90 minutes cricket, basically, I must tell you, it was not easy. Because when the format was actually launched, you know, we have ICC, which is the International Cricket Council. We need to take the approval, basically. So initially, when I went to the ICC and said, I have an idea where I want to launch the T10, basically. And ICC was, what is T10? We don't have this format. And where did you actually get this idea? You might also be wondering, the slide is a football slide. And what is the T10 cricket doing with the football slide? Ladies and gentlemen, this was my inspiration. 2016, the FIFA World Cup match. As you can see, Real Madrid playing Kashima Antlers. And I'm not much of a football fan, actually. But then, this match kept me glued to the television. And 90 minutes of action, the passion, the involvement of the fans, and somebody like me who's actually not a football fan, and I was into the game. I was so into the game, then started wondering, this is the short span. You see, all our attention spans are getting shorter and shorter. So the rationale was, why can't cricket be 90 minutes? And this is how the actual 90 minutes idea came. But then, as you know, when you have ideas, you normally have ideas every day, but you also want the ideas to be vetted. So, lucky for me, there was a cricket league going on in Dubai, and the stalwarts of the game, MS Dhoni, was actually visiting at that time. So I had the chance to host him, and one of those just a casual moments, I spoke to him and said, look, I've got this idea of launching 90 minutes cricket. What do you think? And his response was, and I also had this wild ideas, because, you know, when you're launching something, you want to do something different. So for me, okay, T10, let me have 10 players, let me have a ping ball who swings more, all these wild ideas. And MS gave me advice. Look, don't change cricket. The 90 minutes format is an action by itself. You will have the pace, and that's the advice I took. And of course, Shahid Afridi, Chris Gale, and Gale, when I spoke to him, I remember he was so excited. I said, Gale, what do you think, 90 minutes? He just got up from the seat and said, man, this is me. This is exactly me, you know. So we did that. But then I think the sanctioning process of the ICC, when I went back to them, the ICC started saying, look, this format is not actually accepted. So for us to even consider, you need to get endorsements of the major cricket-playing nations in the world. And that endorsement has to come in writing. So as you can see, we got the support at the time of the West Indies Cricket Board, the Sri Lanka Cricket Board, and the Bangladesh Cricket Board. And then that's how I went back to them saying, okay, this is what you asked. 3 letters. Can I have the approval now? ICC goes back and says, no, we have one more condition. One of the full member boards must send their team to play in the league, a national team. I had to go back, and then I requested the Sri Lanka board. So 2017, as you can see, the team captained by the national captain Chandimal actually participated in the first version, basically. And that's how we got the ICC to actually approve the T10 format. And that's the start of the journey. Thank you. And yes, that was the approval, but then you still need to, the proof of concept has to evolve into something real. And then this is the actual snapshot of the first T10 stadium. I remember we only did it for 4 days, and on a finals, which was on a Sunday, because UE Sundays are a working day, and it was also raining, so we kind of worried, Sunday, working day, raining day, maybe there's no crowd. But what happened here, not only the stadium got packed, we had 10,000 people on the streets, jamming the city. The paramilitary had to come in. Actually, it was a law and order, but a good problem to have. And that actually gave us the confidence that, yes, this format has legs, and it is an interesting format. We go on from there. You know, Abu Dhabi government. The government is very proactive when they see something good. So they came up to me, the Department of Tourism actually, the ministry said, look, we believe in what you're doing. We want you to come to Abu Dhabi. And they actually gave us a 5-year contract. It was a sweet deal, paying us cash, paying us a free stadium, and many, many deals. So we signed up the host city agreement, that's what it is, with the Abu Dhabi government, and that's how the Abu Dhabi T10 came into play. So that's the Abu Dhabi T10 basically. So once the Abu Dhabi T10, and then again the same story, we went to a bigger ground. This had much bigger capacity. And the snapshot you can see in the Abu Dhabi Stadium, the tournament ran for 10 days, and you can see on the right, 122,000 spectators in 10 days. And we officially became the largest spectator sport in the country, beating every sport. We have Formula One, we have Maidan, we have racing. We still are the highest viewed spectator sport in the country. I think, and the players, this slide gives you, this is last year. Normally we do a players draft, and when you do a players draft, we get expression of interest. We have about 100 players to select, but for 100 players I can see 1,700 internationals actually signed up, competing for 100 spots. So it was a huge choice. The best in the world actually play in T10. Thank you. Yes, and this slide gives you a brief about the growth of the T10. If you see on the right, we broadcast all over the world from a very humble 12.78 million viewers in year one. We have grown 2,561% to 340 million last year. So that's the growth, and that's the power of T10. Well, these are the commercial numbers. We have seen the same growth. We're humble $32 million of a sponsorship value. We've been growing. So this is all third-party verified, audited sponsorship value reports. So last year's valuation of the T10 in Abu Dhabi was $340 million. That's again the big growth from 32 to 341 in 6 years. And this is what our vision is, and this is where we are now. We want to make T10 a truly global circuit, played in 6 countries, 72 days of international cricket, and a 2 billion viewership sport. That's our vision, and with all your support, we hope to reach that vision. Now, these are all the trademarks, because the unique thing about T10 and us, since the T10 brand and the concept was actually innovated by us, we own the trademark, we own the name. Nobody owns T20, nobody owns T50 or 50 overs. We, as a company, T10 Global, have an IP, and that's how registered all over the world, the trademark T10. Yeah, as you know, the IP has a huge value. Thank you. The T10 now comes to Africa under the directive of our President, His Excellency, Mr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, and my actually foray into Zimbabwe started with a request to the HE, can I bring T10 to the country? And the journey of T10 took me to Cyber City, but of course, because when I approached the Zimbabwe Cricket Board, the board has a whole process they need to go through, which is fully understandable, being a full member board, including a board approval, proposals, all of that. And then, so a journey we started with T10, the ZIM Cyber City actually happened because of the T10 start. And ZIM Afro, we were very excited. We were very excited because Zimbabwe being a centrally placed country, and we've also, as you can see, we've called it ZIM Afro. There's a meaning behind that. Because we want this league to be a whole African league. Zimbabwe would be our base, but the cities and franchises can be any city of Africa, basically. I think this is an important announcement today. There was a lot of questions being asked. Which are the franchise cities? I've had the pleasure of discussing with our chairman of the Zimbabwe Cricket Board, Dr. Mukuhlani, Honorable Dr. Mukuhlani, and we've decided the 6 teams today, and this is what I'm allowing. The first franchise team on offer is Harare. The second franchise team, Bulawayo. The third, Cape Town. Durban, the fourth. Nairobi, franchise number 5. And the 6th team, Windhoek, Namibia. Just for your information, the franchise The ZIM AFRO T10 is very identical to the way the IPL India is structured. It's a perpetual rights league. As you can see, the model is displayed here. The franchise ownerships is available, would be available on a perpetual, which is a life term. The cost is actually spread over 10 years for the franchise. And what we do here, as you can see, we actually guarantee the revenue back 50% of your franchise or your cost per year, basically. We are able to do that because T10 is an extremely popular from the sponsor's point of view. We have dedicated central pool revenue from the media rights, from the sponsors. So the price would differ from the city, which I would encourage, our potential franchise owners to engage with my team. And the 50% is given back as the franchise fees. And then you also get 9 spots on the jersey, which you can market. And that's for the first 5 years. The whole pool, so when we say minimum guarantee 50%, that's the minimum you'll get. But however, an actual split is 70% of the entire revenue we get is given back to the franchises for the first 5 years. In the next 5 years, the split is 60-40, again 60 to the favor of the franchises. But 10 years, the payment is done. You own the team for life. There are no more franchise fees. There are no more payment to be done. And then the league, you still get 40%, and we get the 60% as the league ownership. That's the revenue model, basically. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
If I can please request you, Mr. Shaji, to please remain on stage, sir. Thank you very much. It's one of the powers bestowed upon me by virtue of this role tonight that I can call you, say, back on stage.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you very much. And we have done that for a special reason, to call back Mr. Shaji. He gave us a breakdown of the cities that are going to be involved in the franchise, the names of the franchises, the 6 of them, Harare, Bulawayo, Durban, Nairobi, Windhoek, and Cape Town. And we have asked that he stays behind because one of those franchises, ladies and gentlemen, is already gone.
Oh.
So if you want to buy a franchise in the ZIM AFRO T10, you cannot buy Cape Town. And that's because it's now owned by Mr. Ritesh Patel.
Wonderful.
Mr. Patel, please come on stage, Mr. Patel. He is a successful entrepreneur with over 20 years of experience in business growth,
congratulations,
consulting and management with some well-known brands in the United States of America. He possesses a strong passion for sport, especially cricket, and has been working relentlessly with a clear vision of developing cricket in the United States of America. It must be some job developing cricket in the United States of America. He is the Team SAMP Army Cricket franchise was the outcome of his dream to have USA shine on a global platform of cricket and get recognized. SAMP stands for unity, and cricket is the strong bond uniting folks across global platforms and diversities. SAMP Army Cricket franchise is now known for its diversity and inclusion. It focuses on men, women, and the youths. Ladies and gentlemen, the owner of the Cape Town franchise in the ZIM AFRO T10, Mr. Ritesh Patel.
Thank you so much, Saji, honorable ministers, and all the dignitary guests. So Samp Army, which is the franchise, has been formatted in the USA, and the T10 journey we started last year, and the way we have seen T10 is absolutely changing our level of cricket. It's going to be different level and much more entertainment. So we really appreciate Mr. Saji to giving us opportunity, and thank you so much again.
Hello. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patel, the owner of the Cape Town franchise in the ZIM AFRO T10. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will now
continue
with the program.
Thank you, sir.
If I can ask the Deputy Minister of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation, the Honorable Tino Machakaire. Sorry, sir. As soon as you have your breath. He's going to come up and speak on behalf of the Minister of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation, the Honorable Dr. Kirsty Coventry. So, Madam Coventry will be represented this evening, ladies and gentlemen, by the Deputy Minister of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation, the Honorable Tino Machakaire. As we continue with the program, and I didn't let him know, but it's a special night for us in Zimbabwe Cricket, as we have one more that's added to our population. One of our players, Ryan Bell, the wife gave birth yesterday. Hugo Ponsonby Bell, the future Earl of Twelve. So we're very excited about that. And we're excited too that this happened when we were not playing. Otherwise, you have all sorts of accidents. Like the gentleman who phoned maternity to find out how the wife was doing. And some reason, the calls got mixed up, and his was answered at the cricket ground. And he asked, please, can you give me a status update? And the voice said, yes, 3 are out. And we're expecting to get all of them out by lunchtime. The last one actually was a duck. So we are not playing. We didn't have any matches today. We didn't have any matches yesterday. And Sarah and Ryan, this could happen in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, we now call upon the Deputy Minister and the Minister of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation coming up to speak on behalf of the Minister. Please, let's welcome the Honorable Tino Machakaire. Thank you very much, sir. Just to say that the program this evening, as I said, is a mixture of cricket business and show business. So we do have an entertainment program at the end of this all. Please don't go away after the formalities, because we have among our entertainers a girl from Harare and a lad from Uzumba. They will be performing tonight. The Honorable Machakaire, please.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Salibonani, Magadini. Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. It is quite unfortunate that I'm caught unaware. I'm coming from Bulawayo or so. I was just driving, and just my apologies. Allow me at this point in time to recognize the guest of honor, who is the minister. Allow me to recognize the Minister of Defense and War Veterans Affairs, Honorable Oppah, Muchinguri, Kashiri. And also she's the chairperson of the ruling party, ZANU-PF. I want to recognize you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Honorable Senator Monica Mutsvangwa. Also with here, Comrade Christopher Mutsvangwa, who is also the Politburo member in the ruling party, ZANU-PF. Deputy Minister of Environment, Climate and Tourism, Honorable Barbra Rwodzi. Cricket Board Chairperson, Honorable Tavengwa Mukuhlani. The PEMSEC and the Minister of Information and Publicity, Broadcasting and Services, Mr. Nick Mangwana. Director of Sport and Recreation in the Ministry of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation, Dr. Chidagwa. The Director General, SRC, Ms. Elta Nengomasha, Captains of Industry. I want to say all protocol is duly observed. Indeed, it is a very, very difficult position that I've been given tonight in the history of me, of my position in the ministry. This is the first time I've been caught unaware. But, you know, as a comrade, I would like to say, I want to thank you, everyone who is in this house. And at this point in time, I've got nothing to say. I'm totally blind. Even if I read the speech, but at this point in time, allow me to invite the guest of honor, who is none other than the Minister of Home Affairs, and also the chairman of the ruling party for National and West, Honorable Kazembe Kazembe. I want to thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, politicians are always politicians. They'll always be politicians. They'll always find something to say. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I've learned a trick. If you have nothing to say, say nothing. Allow me to start by thanking the Director of Ceremonies, the Minister of Defense, and War Veterans Affairs, who is also my boss, the National Chairman of the ruling party ZANU-PF, Comrade Oppah, Chamu, Zvipange, Muchinguri, Kashiri. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the presence of Minister of Information, Publicity, and Broadcasting Services, Honorable Senator Monica Mutsvangwa, and Ambassador Christopher Mutsvangwa,
I don't know whether it's a coincidence, who is also the National Secretary for Information for the ruling party ZANU-PF, a Politburo member. Allow me to recognize the Minister of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation, hereby ably represented by the Deputy Minister, Honorable Tino Machakaire. Let me also recognize the Minister of Environment, Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industries, hereby represented by Honorable Deputy Minister Barbra Rwodzi. If I wasn't representing the highest office, I could have told you a story about Barbra Rwodzi. It's not what you think. We used to train together for more than 10 years. She's a very strong woman. And in fact, I'm still talking like this because I haven't started performing the task that I've been given. So may I be forgiven. Honorable Barbra Rwodzi, your other training partner, Anthony Paspamire, happens to be here, all the way from the UK, to witness this historic occasion. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the Permanent Secretary for Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Comrade Nick Mangwana, the Director of Sport in the Ministry of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation, Dr. Eugenia Chidakwa, the Director General for Sport and Recreation Commission, Mrs. Elta Nengomasha, and our host, of course, Mr. Shaji Mulk, captains of industry, and all our esteemed dignitaries, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Comrade Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, would have loved to be here. But unfortunately, due to prior commitments, he couldn't be with us tonight. However, he sends his greetings and best wishes to all of us. He therefore has asked me to stand in for him, and I'm really, really honored to be given this humbling task. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, to present his message to you. It is indeed a historic day for the sport of cricket in Zimbabwe. Today we talk about an exciting development that has the potential to bring significant economic growth, impact, and global recognition to Zimbabwe. The T10 has become one of the most watched cricket franchise leagues in the world, with over 330 million TV and OTT viewership globally. Now, with the launch of ZIM AFRO T10, Zimbabwe will be able to tap into this global popularity and leverage it for economic growth and to promote brand Zimbabwe. ZIM AFRO T10 is said to be a major international sporting event with more than 60 top international players from around the world participating, which underscores the quality and commitment of this league. The anticipated global reach of ZIM AFRO T10 is expected to be over 500 million plus across TV, OTT, social media, and PR. This will not only promote Zimbabwe as a major tourist destination, but also it will attract cricket fans from neighboring countries and Southeast Asia, as well as leisure and business travelers exploring for new opportunities. The economic impact of ZIM AFRO T10 is also expected to be significant, with thousands of rooms, nights booked across multiple hotels by the league and cricket fans visiting. This will obviously create a ripple effect on local economy, such as restaurants, bars, shopping, and transportation, resulting in overall direct and indirect economic boost. The league will also contribute to the growth of local industries such as logistics, security, entertainment, food and beverages, creating multiple opportunities for the local population. In addition to the economic benefits, ZIM AFRO T10 will put Zimbabwe on the map of international franchise cricket. The league will bring the spotlight to Harare and showcase Zimbabwe as a destination for world-class sporting events. This will also enhance the country's reputation in the global cricket community and increase its visibility as a potential location for future sporting events. Furthermore, ZIM AFRO T10 will also play a crucial role in nurturing future cricket talent in Zimbabwe, providing opportunities for local players to showcase their skills and potentially make a mark in the international cricket arena. This will inspire and motivate young cricketers in Zimbabwe and contribute to the development of cricket at the grassroots level, ultimately strengthening the national cricket team and promoting the sport across the country and brand Zimbabwe across the world. I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Shaj Ul Mulk and Mulk International for their unwavering commitment and investment in Zimbabwe, and for bringing this exceptional opportunity to our beautiful country, Zimbabwe. This landmark project will not only boost our economy, but also promote Zimbabwe's sport tourism and hospitality industry, and it will also promote our nation globally. As a government, we are fully committed to supporting initiatives that bring economic prosperity and global recognition to Zimbabwe. We will provide all the necessary support and facilitation to ensure the success of ZIM AFRO T10 and harness its potential to benefit our local country and its people towards increased participation and improved performance as enunciated by Vision 2030. As I conclude, ZIM AFRO T20 is not just a cricket league, but a game-changing development that will have a lasting impact on Zimbabwe's economy, tourism, and sports landscape. Thank you once again to everyone involved, and I wish ZIM AFRO T10 immense success. Let us come together to celebrate this historic moment and embrace the boundless possibilities it holds for Zimbabwe. And indeed, Zimbabwe is open for business. As I finally conclude, you know, politicians, they conclude so many times before they actually conclude. They will tell you as I conclude, finally, at last, but now I'm concluding. By the way, His Excellency the President, Comrade Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, asked me to remind us that as we gravitate towards our harmonized general elections, let's remain peaceful. Let's maintain peace and unity. And let's desist from political violence and hate speech. Let's focus on building the nation that we all want. Nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, ilizwe lakiwa ngavanikazi valo. I wish all of us a happy 43rd independence celebrations as all roads lead to Mount Darwin. I will see you there. God bless you all. God bless Zimbabwe. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Our guest of honor, represented this evening by the Minister of Home Affairs and Cultural Heritage, the Honorable Kazembe Kazembe, representing the President of the Republic, His Excellency Comrade Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa. Thank you very much, Minister, for coming up tonight. Very soon, ladies and gentlemen, we will reveal the logo for the ZIM AFRO T10. But before we do that, we'll just have some music, bring in a bit of melody in the evening. as cricket business meets show business. Let's now welcome our next Indian performer, Anamta Khan.
Thank you so much. So there's a song that I made, I wrote, composed, and I sang for T10, Thank you so much, Shaji sir. Okay, let's go. Put your hands together. Whoa! Everybody raise your hands and say, as we all have been waiting for this day. T10 is here, T10 is here, T10 is here, yeah, yeah. Cricket lovers all around the world and those who've gathered here today. T10 is here, T10 is here, T10 is here, yeah, yeah. All the teams are prepared, ready for the game. Fire deep in their heart. There's no place for excuses. 10 overs all they've got. Fire deep in their heart. जुनू ये सर चढ़ा है जज्बा बस जीत का तुम ना रुको तुम ना झुको मैदान में जान लगा दो हाँ सबको तुम बता दो तुम क्या हो दिखा दो तुम ना रुको तुम ना झुको मैदान में जान लगा दो. Everybody raise your hands and say, as we all have been waiting for this day. T10 is here, T10 is here, T10 is here, yeah, yeah. Cricket lovers all around the world and those who've gathered here today. T10 is here, T10 is here, T10 is here, yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was lovely performing in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, the lovely Anamta Khan, entertaining us this evening with that high-speed dance that is like the format that we are launching tonight, the T10, the ZIM AFRO T10. And now, we are about to reveal the logo. It's the moment we have been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Time to unveil the ZIM AFRO T10 logo, and may I now call upon on stage the following people to help us with the unveiling of the logo. The President of the Republic, His Excellency Emmerson Mnangagwa, represented by the Minister of Home Affairs and Cultural Heritage, the Honorable Kazembe Kazembe. Sir, if you can please come up. The Deputy Minister of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, also, if we can be upstanding to allow the guest of honor to come up on stage. Thank you very much. The Deputy Minister of Youth, Sport, Arts and Recreation, the Honorable Tino Machakaire. Please, if you can come up with the guest of honor. The Chairman of Zimbabwe Cricket, Mr. Tavengwa Mukuhlani, sir. If you can please come up with the guest of honor, and also our principals, the men and women who have gathered us here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We need to honor the men and women who battle with bat and ball to give us entertainment day in, day out. The cricketers of Zimbabwe. So if I can ask all those cricketers, ladies, gentlemen, and the team officials, the coaches that are here tonight, to please also come up. Cricketers, coaches, please, if you can also come up and help us with the launch. And cricketers, please come up. Coaches, please come up. And how we are going to do the launch, ladies and gentlemen, is that when our noise, when our support is at its highest, the guest of honor will know when you are really excited about the launch. He will press the button, and that will reveal the logo. So we need to motivate him to press the button to reveal the logo. we need to motivate the guest of honor to press the button to unveil the logo. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women, part of them, of Zimbabwe cricket. Let's give them a round of applause.
Lovely. Very nice.
Thank you very much. And now we want to do the launch. If I can please ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to please stand this side, because we want to see the logo on this big screen. So if you can, all of you please move over that side. Thank you very much. The logo, please, if you can move a bit more. Mzarabani.
Just leave the center screen.
We need to leave a center screen. Those are exactly the words that I was looking for. We need to leave center screen. Ladies and gentlemen, ZIM Cyber City and Mr. Shaji, our sponsor, are ready. The guest of honor is ready. The franchise buyers are on the way. One has already been bought. Your co-MCs are ready. The question is, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? The ZIM AFRO T10. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our cricketers, now that we've unveiled the logo, feel free to leave your jackets to your officers. Thank you very much. We can now see your logo. Mr. Mulk, please, if I can ask you, what inspired this logo? If you can unpack the logo for us, what is behind the logo? Why this logo?
Thank you. As you can see, the inspiration of the logo, the T10 is all about pace, action, and speed. And the vibrant colors the designer has used in the T10 all denote, the excitement and the pace. And of course, how can we have a ZIM Afro without the national emblem of the bird? So we had to incorporate the national bird emblem of Zimbabwe. So that's a combination of the national culture, the speed, the vibrancy, and that's, we present to you the ZIM Afro T10 logo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The explanation there from Mr. Shaji, what it is T10 and what it is the Zimbabwe bird representing Zimbabwe. Thank you very much. And if I can now please ask the cricketers to please exit the stage. I'll call you back later. Thank you very much for now, and thank you very much for coming. If we can have the other dignitaries to come up for a photo opportunity. The Minister of Defense and War Veterans Affairs, the Honorable Oppah Muchinguri Kashiri, Madam, please, if you can come up. The Minister of Information and Publicity, the Honorable Senator Monica Mutsvangwa, and Ambassador Chris Mutsvangwa. Sir and Madam, if you can please come up. Comrade Mutsvangwa, I know it is not in our culture to speak about how someone's wife looks in public. It is uncultural. In fact, in other areas it is unsafe, as Chris Rock will tell you. But I need to say that each time I come across Madam, I never ask her how she is, because she always looks well. Thank you very much. We go on with the other VIPs to please come up on stage. The Minister of Local Government and Public Works, Honorable July Moyo, His Excellency Mr. Vijay Khanduja, Ambassador of the Republic of India to Zimbabwe, the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs and Cultural Heritage, the Honorable Mike Madiro, Deputy Minister of Environment, Climate, Tourism and Hospitality Industry, the Honorable Barbra Rwodzi, the Permanent Secretary for Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Mr. Nick Mangwana, So if we can have the guest of honor and the chairman of Zimbabwe Cricket and the center of the picture. Thank you very much. Photo opportunity. Let me know when you're done, gentlemen and lady. Sorry? The T10 crew, please join. Thank you very much. Thank you, our guest of honor. Thank you very much, Zimbabwe Cricket Chairman. Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Mutsvangwa, Ambassador Chris Mutsvangwa, Deputy Minister Machakaire, Mr. Shaji Ulmulk, Deputy Minister Rwodzi. Thank you very much. Ambassador Khanduja, thank you very much. Sorry, if we can have Mrs. Mamvura, I think you are also in the next picture. Tendai Super Mamvura, Harpreet Singh, Eli Avram, Anamta Kamal. We have our entertainers as well for this picture. Please. Gemma Griffiths. Gemma Meal Griffiths. Aka Jemmy Beans. Is Japraiser here yet? He would also be joining this picture, Japraiser. All right, picture. Thank you very much. Gemma, you know, do you know I have powers of prophecy? Do you know that? I have powers of prophecy. So I'm going to prophesy on you. Okay. I'm going to say something that I've been given by the Spirit. Huh? I see water in your life, some water. Water. I see some trees. I'm going to draw this out longer so that I can keep holding it. So the prophecy will take long if you can bear with us. Nice. Did you get that picture, guys? Did you get that picture? Did you see that she was smiling, so I didn't force her? This is a good job, eh? I see water. I see trees, like gum trees. I see, you're in the pool, is it a pool or river? It's like you're struggling, like you're fighting, but you're overcoming in the water. I see a school on a street in Harare, something like Bishop. Okay. Does that sound like something in your life? Sorry?
Like Bishopsley?
Like Bishopsley. And the swimming? You never were good at swimming at Bishopsley?
Okay, yes, I was.
You never won an award there?
Yes, I did.
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Did you research?
You want me to go deeper? She will come back. When she comes back to perform, then I'll go deeper.
Okay, deal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Gemma Griffiths. Now, if I can call upon the Managing Director of Zimbabwe Cricket, Mr. Gizmo Makonise, to please come up. You can come up quickly. I'm not going to prophesy on you. You can come up quickly. I see you're hesitating. The MD of Zimbabwe Cricket to come up. And those cricketers, again, please, ladies and gentlemen, our cricketers, please come up for a photo opportunity. The players from the ladies and men's teams, please come up and join the MD. Let's have the players come up. Craig Evan and your players. Then the ladies, please come up. It's all right if we can stand and we have the MD in the middle. All right, let's go. Craig. Craig Evan. Blessing Mzarabani. Right. You want them to move in? Move in Wellington? Thank you very much. Thank you, MD. Thank you, the players. Thank you, Coach Chiwoza. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to a very interesting part of the evening where we will have a chat on stage. But as we wait for the presenter to come up for that show, please, if we can give another round of applause to ZIM Cyber City, our sponsors. Now I will ask Tino Mawoyo to please come up on stage. Tino Mawoyo, and his prime was one of the best that the country had produced, but and he was an opening batsman. But as you can see now, he has joined us. He is an all-rounder. He's an all-rounder. He has joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Tino Mawoyo.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our guest of honor this evening, Mr. Kazembe Kazembe, thank you very much for your presence, and all other dignitaries here this evening. You would expect Love Mobanda to be able to say something like that and get people to laugh when I come on stage. It actually would have been nice to be part of the photo session there. I was a former player, as he's just mentioned, but yeah, it's a little bit round. My playing days are gone, and I don't think they'll be coming back anytime soon. I hope you've enjoyed your evening so far, ladies and gentlemen. Over the next 5 or so minutes, we'll have an opportunity to chat with the top cricketers in Zimbabwe who will be taking part, of course, in the first ever ZIM AFRO T10. I'll invite back on stage the founder and the idea behind the T10, as well as the Zimbabwe Cricket Chairman, Honorable Mukuhlani. Shaji Ulmuk spoke earlier this evening about 2016 and where this idea came from. In 2017, when the AbuDhabi T10 first happened, as a young budding sportscaster, I reached out to Shaji, found his number, how I did, and tried to get a job as a commentator. He politely declined. However, I don't think he knew there would be an opportunity for me to be able to sit on stage with him before the launch of the first ever ZIM AFRO T10, and an opportunity to grill him and find out what his ideas are with this exciting competition. Shaji Ulmuk, I'd like to ask you to come on stage, please, and please let us know what your thoughts are and a little bit more about the idea behind the T10. Ladies and gentlemen, help me put together my hands and yours for Mr. Shaji Ulmuk, who is the founder and the idea behind the ZIM AFRO T10. Next on our panel, ladies and gentlemen, is the chairman of Zimbabwe Cricket, Honorable Tavengwa Mukuhlani. If I can ask you to come on stage as well, please. Thank you. T10 cricket is all about excitement and pizzazz, and of course it's down to the players who will make sure that we are entertained when we sit and we watch the 90 minutes that the game goes on. So tonight I would like to invite to join us for a quick chat the captain of the Zimbabwe national cricket team, Craig Irvin, as well as one of our star players, Blessing Muzarabani. Shaji, I think I'll get started with you straight away. You've told us about the idea behind T10 cricket. You spoke about the Eureka moment. You spoke about the franchises and African names behind it. What a lot of people would probably want to know tonight is, are we limited to African players, or is this international and anybody is available?
No, this is absolutely an international league because the way structuring it, the African cricketers, including the Zimbabwean cricketers, will be the core, but then we'll have almost about 60 international players playing, basically.
You talk about 60 international players playing. Where are we drawing from? Are there former international players that are part of that? Is it just the current players? Of course, youth is important in the development of the game. So what's the kind of makeup of those teams and the players that are coming here as well to teach lessons and grow the game of T10 cricket anywhere in Zimbabwe?
I think the configuration normally is you've got the international current cricketers playing from all over the world. And obviously the selection of the players, we slot them out like draw. So you've got these 2 players, each franchise is actually allowed to sign direct. There's no price limit, there's no cap. So it's a direct negotiation between the franchise owner and the top 2 international players. We call them an icon and a platinum player. But then we have a category, we lock the fees. So 4 from category A, 4 from category B, and then the squad is C, and we normally have 1 emerging player, basically. That's the squad. They're all current internationals, and retired recently, who are able to play top cricket like Pollards and Gales, you know?
Yeah.
That's all. Thank
Well, we'll be obviously super excited to be able to see the caliber of those players playing in the ZIM AFRO T10. Honourable, I'll come to you. You've obviously seen the advent of T10 cricket over the years and the growth of T10 cricket. What were your thoughts initially when you first saw T10 cricket, and then how excited were you when the engagement for T10 cricket to come to Zimbabwe came about?
Thank you, Tino. I'm a traditionalist when it comes to cricket. I obviously still follow Test cricket, and I still believe in Test cricket. But obviously, over the years, cricket has evolved, as you have seen. You would know that as a sportscaster and as a former player, that cricket has evolved over time, and the advent of the shorter versions, you know, because of what we have noticed, fans becoming much younger, fans not glued to their TV sets, having time on their gadgets. It has evolved the game, and the advent of T10 obviously appeals to the new generation of cricketers. So it bridges the gap between the older generation who still believe in watching a test match at Lord's, at Waka, at MCG, with the younger generation that wants an adrenaline rush, watch a game and do something else, and watch a game on the go. So yes, the incoming of T10, particularly in our own country and in our own league, in our own structures in Zimbabwe cricket, brings a new dimension to the game. It also gives a new opportunity to recently retired players, those that are nearing the tail end of their careers. They still have an opportunity to still participate and play cricket. But most importantly, it brings the development of the game, which is vital for the survival of the sport in general.
You've talked about all the important points and the values that come out of T10 cricket. Did you believe that this version of the game would come to Zimbabwe so quickly?
Not so much of that. It has come faster than I anticipated, and for a full member to be participating, change by nature is very difficult to embrace. And as I said, I'm a traditionalist when it comes to cricket. I believe in Test cricket. So does many of the full member nations. You know, we're just 2 full members. We've endorsed T10 right now, Sri Lanka and Zimbabwe. But I'm looking forward to many more embracing the game. I've had an opportunity of following the AbuDhabi T10, and I fell in love with it. And here we are. We have the format in Zimbabwe, and looking forward that one day maybe that's your Olympic format as we move forward.
Yeah, you talk about being a traditionalist, so am I, and if you check my white ball cricket stats over my international career, that will explain to you exactly why. Craig, I'll come to you at this juncture. You played Test cricket, you've captained the country in ODI cricket and T20 cricket. What are your thoughts behind T10 cricket, the advent of it, and it coming to Zimbabwe?
Oh, look, you know, it's very exciting. I think T10 has has obviously shortened the game a lot, but I think it's needed to bring in the crowds, bring in the excitement. You know, everybody has busy lives these days, and you know, Test cricket is over 5 days. You know, there's not very many people that can come to the ground and watch all 5 days of cricket. So to have T10 come to Zimbabwe, I think we'll certainly see, you know, crowds turn up at Harare Sports Club and Bulawayo at Queen Sports Club as well. You know, with only having 90 minutes of action-packed cricket, I think it's going to be exciting for the country.
You talk about the crowds, we'll definitely come to that, because I think over the last couple of years we've got some of the best crowds that come out to Queen Sports Club and Harare Sports Club. Blessing, I'll come to you now, and you've had an opportunity to play county cricket. You've had an opportunity to play in some of the biggest leagues around the world, of course, at T20 level. So how excited are you to be having T10 cricket coming to Zimbabwe? You've brushed shoulders with the top players around the world. What do you feel they can bring to Zimbabwe and help the younger players develop their game?
I mean, it's going to be really exciting for us.
Just lift your mic for me. Thank you.
It's going to be really excited for us, especially as bowlers. So really, it's going to be really a tough game for us bowlers, but you know, we're really looking forward to the game, because we have to work on our skills and all that. So we're really excited for the new format, because I haven't played the T10 yet, but I'm really looking forward to start here, to my first game. Yeah.
Shaji, I'll come back to you. How difficult was it for you to have to come in with a new format, 10 overs aside, and get backing for it, first of all, from the ICC, which you explained, but also from a commercial point of view, and getting people to believe in the idea that you've got? You must have had a few people who said to you, Shaji, you're crazy.
Yeah, that's right, Tino. I think the first reaction from every sector involved was, what is T10? Why T10, you know? What is next? Is it T-toss? Stuff like that, basically. But then, obviously, we believed ourselves. Me and my team believed in it. So when we went to actually launch it, we went to the broadcasters. It was very important. The broadcasters said, no, we're not interested. You want to, you know, we're not paying you, and we're simply not interested. So we literally had to buy airtime in every major channel in the world. So we bought airtime on Sony, we bought airtime in Sky, Fox, everywhere. And then we also signed up the 50 players internationals. So yes, we had challenges. The sponsorship was also in the first year. That's why when I explained in the numbers, you know, the commercials were the challenge. But then come next year, the same broadcaster said, airtime, he came back to me and said, okay, can we do revenue share, 50-50? So from the point of me paying for airtime, they came back to say, we'll share the revenue. Year 3, they paid me. So
right. Worked out quite well. And just talking about commercials and of course, all the funding that's behind something like T10. We've just seen this evening, Cape Town's gone. There are a few more available. Nairobi, Windhoek, Bulawayo, Harare still. How does one get involved if they want to be part of this and want to be a franchise owner, want to be in part of the T10 family?
Yeah, I think, explain the model, but I think as far as the pricing is concerned, I'm happy to announce that the team Cape Town, which spent, Rishi, was the highest price bracket. That's the $15 million price bracket, paid over 10 years, basically. So the module is, there is a cost for the team, which you own for life, but you actually pay only for 10 years. And then that's how the revenue model is. So the price tag is between $12.5 million to $15 million, depending on the name you're buying.
Blessing, you've played, of course, we mentioned earlier, all around the world, different leagues. You've had your injury issues, you've gotten over those. How taxing do you think a T10 competition would be, where you've got to squeeze in so many games in just a space of about 12 days, maximum 14?
I mean, it's going to be really exciting. Yes, it's going to be really challenging because I wasn't playing cricket for 4 months, but also it's really good for me to really get my fitness and my form as well. So, I mean, it's going to be really nice because it's going to be a lot of tough cricket, good players. Balls are going to be, you know, it's going to be 6s, 4s. So, yeah, but it's also going to be
exciting as well, challenging but exciting, yeah.
Your rise as a cricketer was meteoric, through county cricket, getting to the national level, playing all around the world. You must have had heroes yourself when you were young. You're a hero yourself now. Who would you like to see of the top international cricketers taking part in the ZIM AFRO T10?
I would love probably a lot of big hitters, probably Chris Gill or Andrew Russell or Tim Davis, you know. Those guys, you know, we want to learn from them because they're really doing well right now. So it'll be really nice for us to really get the chance to both of them.
Chairman, I'll come back to you. You talked about maybe T10 later on being something that could be played even at Olympic level. We know that the work that you're doing for cricket to be played at that level, but how important is it you've given support to the T10, as has Sri Lanka as full member nations? How important is the support of all other member nations, full members, to be behind such a project?
It's obviously key for every other full member to take part and participate in supporting T10. As you have noticed, this is ZIM AFRO T10. The whole idea is that we look at Africa as a market. We look at Africa as a potential, and we want member nations, your Namibias, your Kenya, Rwanda is doing well with women's cricket at the moment. Nigeria has got the critical mass. So it's important for all member nations to participate and support the format, most importantly from full members. Yes, we appreciate the congestion with their fixtures, bilateral cricket, the FTP is congested, player fatigue, and obviously other leagues coming up. But it's important to look forward to have more nations, more bigger nations participating in supporting T10. As I said, it's all about giving the fans what they want. And if the fans are looking for a shorter version of the game, then T10 is the way to go.
Craig, last one for you. Without suggesting too much, you've been a great servant of the game to Zimbabwe and all across the formats. T10 is something that is probably more for the younger generation. Who do you see out of the younger cricketers around Zimbabwe that you can see showing us their quality and what they can do in this format?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's really exciting to see quite a few young guys coming through. Obviously, Wesley Madaveri is one. You've got Clive Madande, you know, Tony Manyonga, Tidiwanashe, Marumani, you know, all these guys, you know, the T10 coming to Zimbabwe creates a massive opportunity for them to showcase their skills and knock on doors elsewhere around the world. It may not be another T10 around the world, but maybe a T20 tournament. But, you know, this is the perfect platform for them to, you know, to step up and show their skills and knock on other doors around the world, yeah.
Shaji, and one last question for you. We understand how the Sri Lanka T10 will be working, and it's going to be mirrored with women's matches at the same time. The Zimbabwe women's team has done exceptionally well, almost qualified for the T20 World Cup last year. They've got qualifiers following up now. There's now domestic and regional cricket for women in Zimbabwe. When and are we going to see domestic ZIM AFRO cricket for women?
Well, I think, like I said, we're already introducing for the first time a women's T10 in Lanka, and that will be in December. And I think the good thing about that is being a full member board, we've been promised the Indian women players as well as Australians, the English, and of course the local players. So for us, promoting women's T10 is an extremely exciting prospect. Yes, I will be engaging in dialogue with the ZIM Cricket Board. The chairman has already expressed his keen interest to get the women's T10, and so our, the honorable ministers, they're all very keen that we should get T10 women, and it could be coming sooner than you expect.
All right, that's great news. Lovely to hear. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the ZIM AFRO T10, of course, being launched this evening for the first time in Africa. It's gone from the Asias to the Americas, through the Middle East, and for the first time in Africa, in Zimbabwe, a world of wonders. Nyikayevu. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. I'd also like to thank both of you on stage, Craig and Zarabani. If you guys can just make your way, I'll ask Shaji, Honorable, to stay on stage. I think Love Banda's got more to do with you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Tino. We have the Honorable Tavengwa Mukuhlani, and we still have Mr. Shaji Ulmulk. Chairman, if I can please ask you to give a token of appreciation to our sponsor, Mr. Shaji Ulmulk. The Chairman and Investor of ZIM Cyber-City, sponsor of ZIM AFRO T10, Nawab Shaji Ulmulk. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, if we can please stand up to allow our guest of honor to come up on stage to also receive tokens of appreciation from the chairman of Zimbabwe Cricket. Please, Honorable Kazembe Kazembe, sir. If you can please come up. Receiving on behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Comrade Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, the guest of honor. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you very much, guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attendance tonight at the launch of the ZIM AFRO T10 as our guest of honor goes back to his seat. If we can please take our seats, once again, thank you very much. We want to thank you for your presence tonight and want to assure you that we have lots of entertainment left for you. So sit back and enjoy the rest of the evening. Then there'll be something to eat as well later on. As we said, we do have Gemma. She was here before. That we now also know former victorious Ludoram at Bishopsley, Gemma Griffiths. And we will also have quadruple Zima and multiple NAMA award winner Ja Praises coming up tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, so a lot of entertainment for you. For now, I hand you to my co-MC for the evening. She will finish off the program. So since it's campaign season, maybe I put in my pitch with Namrata. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the angelic, the beautiful, the cute, the divine, the ravishing. How well am I doing?
He's been practicing so many adjectives all evening.
I
must say, thank you so much, Lovemore. I don't think anyone in this world, any man in this world must have used so many adjectives in the last 2 hours for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Namrata.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, the entertainment has just begun. The entertainment has to continue even after the logo reveal, so here is something very special. She exploded the music charts with her voice and her songs. An acoustic soul singer and songwriter who has got the whole of Southern Africa shaken with her collaboration with Winky D. And tonight, she joins us to celebrate the introduction of T10 to Zimbabwe. Let's hear it for Gemma Griffiths. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Gênio.
Washika muna matoe manzwa kuchema kwedu mapindura muna matoe marwa wondo zedu tiri kushaina ndemi baba tiri kufamba ndemi ndimi mwari wedu ndimi hakuna mumwe wakaita semi maita basa baba maita basa baba maita basa baba pamati shita pamati ambuza maita basa baba maita basa baba maita basa baba pamati shita pamati ambuza nzira dzedu dzochera baba matotisetera pena Satan achera buena atiza anangagena saka hallelujah 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 Tino makombarero maita basa baba maita basa baba maita basa baba pamati shita pamati abuta maita basa baba maita basa baba maita basa baba pamati shita pamati ambuza Maca de gênio. Munotsiruira dosharandirico kudepo dinijema Panika pano panguva ushe maita tifambe bushe tapinda munzira matichingura baba ndasungwa masunungura ndimi matinunura vakavara makatizarurira titsungamire baba tichengetei musadzisiye baba zvakaoma zvipa zvanyorova titsungamire baba tichengetei musadzisiye baba zvakaoma zvipa zvanyorova zvisareme vana venyu tisacheme basa renyu mutsitsume zvinyorove zvisareme panika pano panguva ino pezuerino tinokurumbidzai titsungamire baba tichengetei musadzisiye baba zvakaoma zvipa zvanyorova 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 maita basa. A massive hand to my wonderful guitarist and music director, Matt Licks. Yeah, he's the best. And this is going to be our final song. Thanks so much for having us. Thanks. I don't need nobody, I don't need nobody, I don't need nobody, like I need you. I don't need nobody, I don't need nobody, I don't need nobody, like I need you. Don't you know, no, I'ma make it to the top of the way. Don't you know, I ain't gonna stop. Take my time, fill my wine up, baby, we gon' make it to the end of the day. Change my mind up, over time, don't stop. Variko, vachasaura, shakawana. so much. Have an amazing night.
Now that was an amazing performance by Gemma. I was absolutely enjoying it backstage. And I was telling Gemma also earlier how her music, her songs are my favorite genre. So I was absolutely enjoying it backstage. I'm sure all of you sitting out there also felt the same way about it. The doors of dance and music will now not stop here, as it's time to have one of the finest performers back on stage. She came, she danced, and she conquered our hearts tonight with her spellbound dancing moves. But we still can't get over her. And hence, it's time to welcome her on stage, our charismatic, our sensational actress and performer from India, the Queen of Hearts, Ellie Avram. Let's give it a huge shout out to Ellie. Huge round of applause for Ellie Avram, guys.
तुमसे हाँ तुझ में ही तो मेरा जहाँ मनहारी तन्हारी सुकुमारी प्रियतमा
हितलांग मदावतना गुरुपे मकपतलेना रुवनारी मनहारी सुकुमारी नुंगतमा
Now that was yet another bomber from Ellie. Guys, once again, a huge round of applause for Ellie Avram. But we are not done here yet, as best is yet to come. So any guesses for our last performer tonight? Any guesses? He is a Zimbabwean contemporary musician and lead member of the band Third Generation, popularly referred by fans and media as Musoja. Any guesses still? Anyone? Yeah? Someone's doing my job easily over here, making it much easier for me, I think. All right, let me give you another last hint. His real name is Mukuhlani, which means praise him. So ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the one and only Ja Preza. A huge round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, Ja Preza is coming up on stage very soon. Please do not leave and wait for just a few more minutes. He will be performing very soon.
Maze mere baza irohe Chigomono Maze mere bas mariwone Baza mariwone Uya imamere Baza rivame Ini mayene Uya imamere Baza rivame Ini mayene Nibikire idoro mnyama ubere Iri chamwarie 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 Munga faere mai, moving up the tender, ne mutuboa, mai zwanga mova ere mai, moving up the tender, ne mutuboa, mai zwanga mama. Mai zwanga mama. Maogo maranda hanoshanda anopera suvere kufaiwe Simba mugaga ino sinira Simba mate ari beri manangubari ari beri yaran ari beri manangubari Bigira idoro mnyama ubere iri jamwari yone ha Bigira idoro mnyama ubere iri jamwari yone Bigira idoro mnyama ubere iri jamwari yone Bigira idoro mnyama ubere iri jamwari yone
song yedu yekupedzisira tichairidza kana nguva yacho yakwana.
Azihana inoro mama, adichana kusasa. Inganguba ya tofa mama, ndanyura ziyo yerudo. Ziyo yerudo, izere mibuzo mama. Mibuzo ya zaino na minduro. Nduro zanza minduro jaiso mama. Unogona kutiti sama na mangururi mirwa mai. Auzombo venga mai wangu kana hama zangu yere unogona kutiti sama na manguru rimirwa mai yere Auzombo venga mai wangu anozi emi alade Daima muzina obaetio anozi emi alade Ndiye wajo wadanyore razio
Maybe the finest, say that I'm the prettiest girl in the world. Love me the way you do, you sweet me like a sugar. Love me the way you do, like me shake it all over. Hey, oh baby, baby, I'm a ruminaya. I love you, make me go to the night.
I know the empty alade. Daima muzina obaetio. I know the empty alade. Ndiye wajo wadanyore razio. Ayada kutonzi makoro kato Mamina kuwa mamzora Ujingoti nzirandi aya Tenda mama Tenda mama Is it tenda mama wenda. Wengarangara zigananda. Wengarangara my wenda. Sege mutema woe, my wanga. Maribo papi zaundana bani boni kadeka. Idari kamandwe, kadeka, kadeka. Dijoga ugiyoyi, kadeka. Dijani lavana bani, kadeka. Dasi akoterangu, kadeka. Dijani lavana bani, kadeka. Dasu akoterangu, kadeka. Amai mayoga, namoy magona mai wanga. Amai mayoga, mizo tia mai de maye. Ai wadi amuge, undara di amuge. Ai wadi gaira, ubera gau shandira. Ai wadi amuge, undara di amuge. Ai wadi gaira, ubera gau shandira. Ai wadi amuge, undara di amuge. Ai wadi gaira, ubera gau shandira. Ai wadi amuge, undara di amuge. Ai wadi gaira, ubera gau shandira. Ai wadi gaira kamandwe. Kadeka, dijoga ugiyoyi, kadeka. Dijani lavana, kadeka. Dasi akoterangu, kadeka. Dijani lavana, kadeka. Dasu akoterangu, kadeka. Amai mayoga, namoy magona mai wanga. Amai mayoga, mizo tia mai de maye. Namo, imuanire panjimbo. Ozana wae, ozana wae, ozana wae, munigo marero. Ozana wae, ozana wae, ozana wae, munirangari. Ugadi wasana, warumeini lotana. Ugadi wasana, warumeini lotana. Ugadi wasana, makumbore londokama. Ugadi wasana. Siganzi wenamo, gaimuanire panjimbo. Manoti wenamo, gara mangori wenamo. Siganzi namo, imuanire panjimbo. Uzana waya, wazana waya, uzana waya, mandigo morero. Uzana waya, wazana waya, uzana waya, mandirangari. Mugati wasana, warumeni ndotana. Mugadi wasana, warumeni ndotana. Mugadi wasana, makumbore rondo kama. mugandi Hosanna, makumborero ndokama, diye kandiritse musazi ndamira ngoma. Shikomborero udenga ndirori ne moyo china. Bakuru woye moyo washema shema. Inga zirimo tsotso zira zabagazo sherera. Vano mugira maja manzo panzi batema tema. Chimbori chigo chavakonzera kudori norema. Anoti wenamo, gana mangori wenamo. Ziganzi wenamo, ngaimuanire panjimbo. Anoti wenamo, gana mangori wenamo. Ziganzi namo, imuanire panjimbo. Ozana waya, ozana waya, ozana waya, munira ngarire wo. Ozana waya, ozana waya, ozana waya, munira ngarire wo. Mugandi Hosanna, warumeli ndosana. Mugandi Hosanna, warumeli ndosana. Mugandi Hosanna, makumborero ndokama. Mugandi Hosanna, makumborero ndokama. Thank you. Namira kando meni Manijani biriga mugoronga ndonye Manijani sungu samsowere mondoro Inini nomira kando meni Manijani biriga mugoronga ndonye Manijani sungu samsowere mondoro Simoye, simoye Shamanenge magafuratina Oiga zagadire Aiwa shirorotsa Tate kuru hagatungamira Simoye taga shayonzira Kubira kala nishikuda Azi baba wako wakandisuda Zanga ngodaro tekokotsa Dakara maimangu bazofutsa Dairi Nekwepoze pawa isika Eretsi nyamataze Shayansika Zaimira Kufunganyi lere kurasika Dakara maimangu bazofutsa Unobode izonona Unobode ibonomona Chingo kashira kuti zvangagona Chingwe kudari kwesuwa uchamona Samuzana muzana wenzuro nebo Ziri kungoti derera sangora usumba Izo zvandakagara ndavavutsa Kuti ndiraruva ndazarusa Ingando chirwere chemidambutsa Manondo wenondo wepururutsa Wenondo chiwombeta ngakusanda Daiya kamira ichakurera Chino ndizungurutsa iro Kuti moyo wangu dai wasorora Mitoro yangu yose turuka Daira kanida ichakurera Moyo wangu unaniza kunidaza nidambe Waro heru dari nodi mazi bambe Suwara wira utani wanodawa Sijibamba, sijitamba, sijisikinya Moyo wangu unaniza kunidaza nidambe Waro heru dari nodi mazi bambe Suwara wira utani wanodawa Shahina Chiri mandara Wasaru bakara Emeti bandana Shahina tiwa Oramba ujizaina Chiri mandara Oramba ujizaina Wasaru bakara Emeti bandana Kamaze unodura Shahina tiwa Ida kambura Chiri mandara Ndazere mojinga Urimo mutsira hebuzime nchiringa Vanango kuona mkwaro pamutsinga Vawango nyumerera ndabudasiya uchinane dongi kuti kanyo chiringa unombode izo unoona unombonzwe izo unombona chingopashira kuti zvangambona chimwe kuda rimwe suva uchambona muzana wezuronekwa tiri kungotoderera sangwana usumba izvo zvandakagara ndavautsa kuti ndira ruva randazarusa ingandochirara chonitambutsa manondo wenondoburutsa wenondochiumbeka ndokuzona kuti moyo wangu dai wasorora mitoro yangu yose turuka daira kanida shaure Chiringa, ndazwera muchinga urimo munzira yekutime chiringa panango kuona unzwaro pamutsinga wawangonyemwerera ndabuda siya ndanga chiringa ndazwera muchinga ndanga chiringa wakazenga zvinga uchinane tongi kuchikayo chiringa ndichiti zum zum chiringa Dikati zoom, zoom, chiringa. Dijiti zoom, zoom, chiringa. Uchinane zongi uchikayo chiringa. Dege kwa mzirigas dangerous akakanoto za pass dangerous dege kwa mzirigas dangerous akakanoto za pass godi bounce baya ha baya godi bounce baya baya godi rare kunta the bounce. Baya, ha, Bauji kaka chapamba jisikona. Oja kugogoja nini na uzorusa. Rambaji kaka chawa. Oja kugogoja nini na uzorusa. Rambaji kaka chapamba jisikona. Oja kugogoja chawa. Rambaji kaka chapamba jisikona. Joinja Madiro shasha, Madiro never shasha. Okoyo koyo akoyo okoyo. Jodurom jodo, kanganwa na mondi wa famba. Okoyo koyo akoyo okoyo. Sino ida zoika so, kanna ingini da zijanga zangu mama. Okoyo koyo akoyo okoyo. Okoyo koyo akoyo okoyo. Izaji barigeti, barira zaspeti. Kasutu gesi, kani magiri net. Hey, baraket, baraket, hey, baraket, baraket, hey, baraket, baraket. Bauchi kakata pambaji sikon. Boja kukakata nina uzorusa. Rambaji kakata wewe. Boja kukakata nina uzorusa. Rambaji kakata pambaji sikon. Boja kukakata wewe. Rambaji kakata pambaji sikon. Dangerous, take it back, silly gas. Dangerous, I can't on the pass. Dangerous, take it back, silly gas. Dangerous, I can't on the pass. Pass, get 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 on the pass. Chida, sila tia, tikanchida iwambota, risanguwa, neguji shime pamwembe, ocha uya, siramba ujingo penya, kumesuwa, wanganeza unuti mdera cheuya, tara wacho shime norma, unyarela ushimo shaina, unyarela ushimo shaina, kede kede hai watamba tire kagurumbo chingo na naira kunge tamba kamodo gerudo kamere mere musaso katsima anozara vajingo rigori gandano kuma kuditsi vengano aiwe sungano vichirangano chipumirano manoziva kuti mtara chauya tara wacho shimai noruma unyarera shimoshina China, Kandi Barudondo, Kamchira, Moro, Karamba, Angova, Matskira, Wapeta, Monera, Sigana, Sakamugai, Uvarango, Maganetsa, Mbodingo, Skatikatia, Kuditsi Vengano, Aiwe Sungano, Vichirangano, Chimpumirano, Manoziva Gutin Tarachauya, Taravata Shmainorma. China, China, Sigari Bambe, Sigari Yende, Sigari Bambe, Sigari Yende, Kangum Magadiga, Gede Gede, I want Samba. Kaburambo Shingo Naira Kungi Kamba Kamoto Gerudo Kamere Vere Musaso Katsima Anozora Valingo Rigari Ganda no Kuma Kuditsi Vengano Aiwe Sungano Vichirangano Chipumirano Manoziva Gutim Tara Shauya Tara Wacha Shimai Norma Unyarela Wandi chida, sira tia, tiga chidai wambota, risanguwa, neguji shime pamwembe, wacha uya, siramba ujingo, menya kumezua, wanganeza unuti mdara shau, tara wacha shimai norma, unyarela ushimo shaina, unyarela ushimo shaina, Isusu tapedza kuridza song yatachiridza. number, and in number, in number, and in number. Zaimige Baba, and you Tamaka, Gareka Munaka, Kusingi and Bureka, Zango Babata Baba, Kukumina Kuida Maka, Winchi Baka, Umaru Naga, Machimbeles on Toniba, Kunodi Wahaka, Eda Jinjampa, Kunodi Wahaka, Machimbeles on Toniba, Kunodi Wahaka, Eda Jinjampa, Kunodi Wahaka. Wagomana Munoda Ufara Nizere, Era Mambiro, Pico, Bazigana Munoda Utamba Nizere, Era Mambiro, Pico, Tigu Kira Mandera, Dijana Unanaira, Didina Gaizimuza, Komaido Tikete, Rajangira Sekesa, Ika Udira Kumbosa, Bazibandi Meta, Chamari Zani Yangeta, Maimana Sumbusa. But they go to Yamusa, and my man now is Umbusa, but they go to Yamusa. Come by the giants, sing it up quiet. Come by the giants, sing it up quiet. Well, go man, I'm not a fara this way. Eh, I'm a vampiro, you do Kupigo. Bazigana, I'm not a man this way.
Muriguera uko. Munozia. Mukurarama zvizhinji zvaunoita kuti nyama yako igare yakachengeteka. Pamwe pacho unotogara uine magatsi kuti achengetedze nyama yako. Asi mumweya muchadenga umu matisingaoni nemaziso kuti upenyu huendeke, unoda kunge wakavhumbamirwa kunyange usingazvioni. Unoda kuti Mwari aise ruzhowa
pauri nepamwari yako kuti pasawane chinokwana. Rega ndimbodaiso shoma shoma. Pamunofika, painofurufuta, weaya kapa, weaya limoja. Pamunofika, painofurufuta, weaya kaipa, weaya limoja. Painotsoka, ichamirira kwadoka, weaya kaipa, weaya ndinosha. Painotsoka, ichamirira kwadoka, weaya kaipa, weaya ndinosha. Uyai mupukute mazotsiya, doyai mundipewo chinzvimbo changu. Dodaira kuti ndichakarikai nekutima ndinzwa muchengero. Uyai mupukute mazotsi yangu, uyai mundipewo chinzvimbo changu. Dodaira kuti ndichakarika nekutima ndinzwa muchengero. Makata iwe makata, tichingoripo tichikomera. Asi mangwana tichateremuka iwe nekutima ndinzwa. Makata ere makata, tichingoripo tichikomera. Asi mangwana tichateremuka iwe nekutima ndinzwa muchengero. Ikwekweta mukaka, uraramise mucheche, vadzimu vari mgomo, havasati vapindura. Ikwekweta mukaka, uraramise mucheche, vadzimu vari mgomo, havasati vapindura. Chungwiwa zungwiwa, chiuya zviri mberi, izvira vari musango, harisati ranzwira. Chungwiwa zungwiwa, chiuya zviri mberi, izvira vari musango, harisati ranzwira. Uyai mupukute masodzi yangu, nouyai mundipewo chinzvimbo changu. Ndodaira kuti ndichakarika ini nekutima ndinzwa. Uyai mupukute masodzi, nouyai mundipewo chinzvimbo changu. Ndodaira kuti ndichakarika muchaona nekutima ndinzwa muchembere. Makata iwe makata, tichingoripo tichikomera. Asi mangwana tichateremuka iwe nekutima ndinzwa. Makata ere makata, tichingoripo tichikomera. Asi mangwana tichateremuka muchaona nekutima ndinzwa muchembere. Homwe ichabereka zimwe homwe, mukamarukare ahande Mukomarukare Kumbira wa uchenjeri Ujasuwa chigozero Cherukare ahande Mukomarukare Aiwa mondiyo Bamuja kumborera hamwe Zimuna na baba muzogo chiwa kunipa Mukomarukare Aiwa mondiyo Bamuja ngarira hamwe Zimuna na baba ndo babaria Murikwera uko Uye mubuku de masosi Uye munipe oshinshingo cha Dodo iro kutini jokaika Ekuti mandizgo mchembi Uye mubuku de masosi Uye munipe oshinshingo cha Dodo iro kutini jokaika Ekuti mandizgo mchembi Makata Makata Tichigori bodi jikondina Azi mangona diyotere mugayo Ekuti mandizgo mchembi Makata ere makata Tichigori bodi jikondina Azi mangona diyotere mugayo Ekuti mandizgo mchembi Thank you very much. Mungobe nenguva yakanaka. Nekuda kwenguva tichangoita maybe akapela kapfupi. Suwari aradoga ingandi yangu ainorira ngoma Suwari araenda ingandi yangu ainorira ngoma Suwari aradoga ingandi yangu ainorira ngoma Suwari araenda we ingandi yangu ainorira ngoma Chorigo 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 ngagaruga wawiro 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 Goto changamire uyawone gondorine wema Agoto baba we uyawone gondorine wema Agoto changamire uyawone gondorine wema Agoto mandwe uyawone gondorine wema Agoto changamire Goto bosigono Goto homarum Goto mandwe Goto changamire Goto bosigono Goto homarum Goto mandwe Goto babawe uyawone gondorine wema Suwari awe Suwari awe Suwari awe Suwari awe Suwari changamire Suwari changamire Suwari
wana, kotorine wema mshari wana, oh yeah mshari 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 wana, kotorine wema mshari wana.
Right, Tabasa, thank you so much.
Well, that was an absolutely stunning performance. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's call it a night. The dinner is served. It's time to enjoy yourself at the bar, as the bar is open. Thank you all very much as we look forward to a fabulous ZIM Afro T10. And thank you all for being fabulous audience. And a very big thank you to our sponsor, ZIM Cyber City. This is your host, Namrata Sharma, signing off.